And Dublin Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, stand 124, request push and start please.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, push and start is approved, QNH 1001.
1001, push and start approved, thanks, 35 Charlie Whiskey.
And ground, cockpit.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go up here, we've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air clear, doors closed, we are ready for pushback. Please parking brake, please.
Ryanair 26 Hotel Juliet, passing 1,000 feet.
Ryanair 26 Hotel Juliet, thank you very much, sir. Identified on departure, climb now, flight level at 240. Negative 230.
Conflict level 230, 26 Hotel Juliet.
Ryanair 26 Hotel Juliet, proceed now, direct pass it.
Proceed direct pass it, Ryanair 26 Hotel Juliet.
Ryanair 278, Papa, you'll shortly be leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Roger, 122 live following the facility, power thanks, support services, bye-bye.
Push is complete, set parking brake, please.
Alright, brakes are set and pressure's normal.
Okay, sir, tow bar is off, pin is out, watch the pin on the right.
Alright guys, thanks, you're cleared to disconnect. We will be watching for the pin and the release for guidance on the right side of the airplane, and we'll see you guys next time through.
Roger that, have a good flight.
Ryanair 109, go fully ready.
Ryanair 10 Tango, now wait runway 28.
For the second, please.
Ryanair 10 Tango, line up and wait runway 28, please.
And Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, request taxi please.
Flying government right away to Ryanair right.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, taxi and hold short runway.
Foxtrots to Echo 128, Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey.
28 via link 4. Foxtrot Echo 1. Ryanair 98 Mike Romeo, we're a bit to leave my ears. Base monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8, bye bye.
Inventory Unicom Ryanair 8 Mike Romeo, bye bye.
Ryanair 10 Tango, you're clear for takeoff runway 28, surface wind 270 degrees 15 knots, once airborne report passing altitude.
Let's take off.
And Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey approaching Echo 1 with foot ready.
Let's do it and after takeoff report passing altitude Ryanair 10 Tango.
Line up way 2835 Charlie Whiskey.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, line up with runway 28, sir.
Ryanair 10 Tango passing 250. Correction, altitude to 2500.
Ryanair 10 Tango, thank you, sir. Climb to flight level 240, proceed direct passage.
Climb 240, proceed. Direct pass Ryanair 10 Tango.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, clear for takeoff runway 28.
Takeoff 28 and we're report passing altitude 35 Charlie Whiskey.
V1. Rotate. V2.
Surface wind 270 degrees. $15 knots, once airborne report passing.
And Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey airborne passing 2000.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, thank you very much, sir. Now the fate on depart.
Direct 2 Texan, climb flight level 240, thanks 35 Charlie Whiskey.
departure, claim the flight level. Proceed direct. Jackson. Ryanair 10 Tango, you shortly believe my airspace monitor Unicom 122.8, bye bye. Very good. Want to do the slide by Ryanair was Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, you'll shortly believe my airspace.
Unicom 122.8, thanks very much. Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, good day.
Unicom 122.8, you have a good flight, sir, bye bye.
Afternoon. Well, for departing Dublin anyway, folks, but a very good afternoon to everyone on the stream. I hope you're all well, and as I say, if you have any questions, any queries or anything, then drop them in the chat. But we're on our way to London Gatwick now. Let's have a look. Got 305 miles to go. Expected in at 2 minutes to 5 in approximately 45 minutes. Our cruising altitude this afternoon is going to be 37,000 feet. I'm just going to change the microphone a little bit. I'll just be 1 second. Yeah, no worries, mate. Good of you to join. Thank you. Just going to adjust the microphone a little bit. I've just adjusted the level of it, so it's just a tiny bit higher, so it should receive it. Okay, that should be picking the voice a little bit better now. Thank you very much for liking the stream, and everyone else who's liked it as well, much appreciated. So as I say, this is our first flight. We're going to London Gatwick, and our second flight later on this evening will be to my home airport of Newcastle. So that's the idea. We departed 10 minutes ago, so we departed at 16:05, and our estimated time of arrival is in about 40 minutes. Show you all an outside view of the aircraft. Just about pass over Anglesey. You can see Ryanair Valley down there, and over there you've got Carnarvon just to our right. Yes, good afternoon, hello. And then we've got Snowdonia National Park, just down below us there. A nice little bit of cloud as well, so it's good. This is a view from RAF Valley. This is the view if you're in cattle class. And as always, we have a full passenger load. Actually, just passing on a bit of cloud up above. We are just over Wales, North Wales, yeah, over Anglesey, as I've just said. Roland, good afternoon. Hello, how are you? Your dog is watching it with you. Oh, very good. Well, we invite all sorts and types of viewers, so all are welcome. The mid-flight meal for today, I think the mid-flight meal is going to be composed of ham sandwiches, large cups of coffee, perhaps the occasional glass of orange juice, caramel wafer, digestive biscuit. Other than that, not much really. Yeah. Oh, and we have a contact name. Who's contacting us? Be 1271. Got ATC, folks. I'm going to have to remain silent now, so sorry. London Control, good afternoon. Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey with you, passing flight level 310.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey.
Level 3 Bravo, arrival, thanks. 35 Charlie Whiskey.
London, hello. Level 3 Bravo arrival. Speedbird 289, resume all navigation direct to Bovingdon. Resume navigation direct Bovingdon. Speedbird 289. Shuttle 3 Vector, descend flight level 120, resume all navigation direct to Bovingdon. Descend flight level 120 on navigation direct Bovingdon, Shuttle 3 Vector. Thompson 628 Golf 1, so you're going to call 122 decimal 8. You can 122 decimal 8, Thompson 628 Golf. London Control, good day, Spirit 49 extra on the Wogan, the 3 Foxtrot Spectre. Spirit 49 extra, London, good afternoon, scope ident, climb now to flight level 70. Ident to climb 70, Spirit 49 extra. Ryanair 8 take Charlie requesting direct shoutout. Spirit 2946, contact London Control 133.7. Can you repeat the frequency, please? Speedbird 294. 133.7. Three decimals, common Speedbird 294. Thank you.
London, good afternoon. GWA 631 with you climbing through flight level 183, Lambourne 3X depart, Lambourne, Lambourne 2X departure from Gatwick.
Ryanair 8 Echo Charlie, route direct Shoutout, climb flight level 340. Shoutout 340, Ryanair 8 Echo Charlie. TWA 631 London, good afternoon. Route direct to Leicester, climb flight level 340.
Route direct Leicester, climb flight level 340, TWA 631.
Speedbird 49 X-ray, turn left heading 00 degrees, climb flight level 170. 300 degrees, 170, Spirit 4 access. Shuttle 3 Vector, descend flight level 90. Descend flight level 90, Shuttle 3 Vector. Shuttle 3 Vector, Heathrow's offline, monitor going to come 122.8. Going to come 122.8, Shuttle 3 Vector, thanks, bye. 289, monitor Unicom 122.8. 122 Unicom 122.8. Bye bye. Bye. Spirit 9, monitor Unicom 122.8. 122.8, speedbird 9, bye-bye. Canada 851, contact London 133.7. London 123.7, Echo 851. Shuttle 3 Whiskey, descend and back, come on, contact London 133.7.
Shuttle 3 Whiskey.
Speedbird 49 X-ray, resume own navigation direct Trent to climb flight level 320. John navigation, climb flight level 320, Speedbird 49 X-ray. Speedbird 49 X-ray, resume own navigation direct Trent, Tango November Tango. Trent, Speedbird 49 X-ray. Ryanair Air Tempo Charlie, monitor Unicorn 122.8. Unicorn 122.8, Ryanair Air Tempo Charlie. Ryanair 35 Charlie.
Ready, 150, level 5, Kiddly, Ryanair 35, Charlie.
The Whiskey, when ready, descend flight level 150 to be level by Kidley.
securely fasten your seatbelt. Then all have baggage stowed securely beneath your seat, not obstructing the center aisle or any of the emergency exits. We would also ask now that all the electronic equipment be switched off and properly and safely stowed for our landing. Headsets must be removed for our landing and our taxiing. Also, a reminder that mobile phones must not be switched on until the aircraft is on stand and engines have been shut down. Thank you.
Lufthansa 470, do you receive voice?
London TWA 631, we've just crossed the flight level 340.
EIDW-EGKK-EIDW Dep, you can contact London now, 133.7.
133.700 for London, thank you very much. EIDW-631.
Super 49 X-ray, contact London Control, 133.7.
Steered 4 X-ray, good day.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, leave my airspace to the south.
22 decimal 8, Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, cheers. And we're back over to Unicom, folks. That's we just had a little bit of ATC in between Manchester and London there. That's the ATC off for now. We do have some air traffic control on at Gatwick, so hopefully that should be good. What time do I normally put on a live stream? Well, it varies because obviously I work, so it depends on the day. So the other day, for instance, it was because I had a problem with the car and I wasn't able to go to work, unfortunately. Today the weather hasn't played ball, so I only managed to do about 3 hours of work. If that even, well, not even that. So today has been a bit of a washout, and yeah, it always varies. There's never a set time unless it's the weekend, but this weekend's sort of out of the question. But yeah, we shall see how it goes. Jepson cards, I don't use Jepson cards, no. Well, we've currently just levelled off at 15,000 feet. Still direct to Midhurst, so just continuing to there really. Then at Midhurst we're going to take a left turn for a downwind leg and then go straight into Gatwick. So that's the idea. Joe, good afternoon mate, how are you doing? Excellent, fantastic. Good, thanks mate, good. We are just descending, we've just made our initial descent into London Gatwick. Should be landing in the next 20 minutes. Well, that depends on what's departing and what's arriving in Gatwick. So, if you look at that spy, currently there is, let me see, other than myself, there isn't really too many other arrivals, so it should be a straight-in approach in theory. There's 15 departures, but shouldn't be affected too badly. Yeah, sometimes Vatsim is like that. Depends on the day, really. I don't think any of the mods are on today. No, I think everyone's disappeared. It's a Wednesday, so this is back to kind of the way it was a couple of times ago. So yeah, it's all good though. All good. Do a quick weather update, so you may hear the stream go quiet momentarily. That all depends. Yeah, there's not many watching today. Yeah, it's quite quiet. Well, for landing in Dublin when we do before, obviously the only view you're going to get then is out the cockpit, so that's a time when the concentration is most essential. Plane there just below us, climbing out of Gatwick. ATIS at the moment. I'll just give it a quick check. Let's have a look. Frequency we got 13420.
And London's offline. Monitor being a code 122.8. 100 feet, temperature +19, dew point +17, QNH 1006. Acknowledge receipt of information, Quebec, and advise aircraft type on first contact. Gatwick information, Quebec, time 1520, runway news 26 left, surface wind 22010 knots, visibility 7 kilometer, side rain, broken 700 feet, broken 1100 feet, temperature +19, dew point +17, QNH 1006.
So we've got a little bit of rain down there at Gatwick at the moment, so that'll make for an interesting arrival, hopefully. Freeway, don't mention it. That's 6,000 feet. Just double checking what traffic there is, if there's any to affect. Scandinavian climbing out. Any arriving traffic? Nope, not really. 14 departures. Yeah, QNH 1006. Well, good afternoon, hello.
Acknowledge receipt of information, Quebec, and advise aircraft type on foot. Zulu 49 Alpha Juliet, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff, wind 220 degrees, 10 knots.
Good afternoon, Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey ILS 26 left, 6 miles.
You come from like 26 left, give us 49 Alpha Juliet, thank you.
Continue, 35 Charlie Whiskey.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, Gatwick, good afternoon, continue approach, 26 left.
Roger, Tower, follow the Ryanair 737. Alpha, we'll line up behind for Rouge, and then it's another.
Figure 49 Alpha Juliet. Airport through 2500.
Roger.
26 left, cleared land, thanks, 35 Charlie Whiskey.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, 26 left, cleared to land, the wind is 210 degrees, 10 knots. Beautiful in Alpha Juliet, director 126.825.
Yeah, we connect to 26
Vacating Echo 1, Ryanair
25, give us 49 Alpha Juliet, thanks for service, have a good day.
Gatwick ground, Gatwick Tower, and 52 with you, holding point, Mike 1.
Right 08 left, hold short of Romeo 35 Charlie Whiskey.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, right, come on to 08 left, hold short of Romeo. KLM 152 Tower, hello, by Mike, line off 26 left, well into section departure ahead. Berlin 152 via Mike, line up 26 left, 1 intersection departure.
Ground 1.1 8, thanks, 35 Charlie Whiskey. Good afternoon, Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey on 08 left to beam Romeo.
Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey, grounds 121.8. Ryanair 35 Charlie Whiskey.
Juliet stand 1-1, thanks Ryanair.
Hello, Gatwick, grounds left on Romeo, right on Juliet, stand 1-1. November 757 Tango Sierra, request push and start, stand 101. Down November 757 Tango Sierra. November 757 Tango Sierra, hello, Gatwick ground, hot message. November 757 Tango Sierra, request push and start, stand 101. November 757 Tango Sierra, hello, 101, push and start approved, AC. Push not approved, taking east, November 7576 here, thanks.
Ground, ready for taxi. Skip road to 123.
Cabin crew, disarm, doors for arrival, and cross-check. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to London Gatwick Airport's South Terminal, where the local time is 2 minutes past 5, approximately 5 minutes early ahead of schedule. Once again, we thank you for choosing Ryanair. We look forward to seeing you on board again soon, and once again we wish you a pleasant onward journey. Thank you for choosing Ryanair, and we'll see you again soon. I don't know about you folks, I enjoyed that. Let's open the doors, let out the rebels, and get ready to go back to Dublin. Let's file a pirate. That's that sent. Busy apron at Gatwick this afternoon, plenty of British Airways around. I'm still not used to seeing them at the south. I'm not used to seeing them at the south terminal. It's very, very odd. So let's get our next load of fuel in and start preparing. Oh, they're much better nowadays, mate. They're much better. Many thanks. Thank you to everyone who's watching. Thank you to everyone who's liked, subscribed, or if you've just dropped a comment, hello. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. We're just getting ready for the next segment of our flight. As I say, it's back to Dublin before we carry on to my local airport, Newcastle, this evening. So it's a return to home for myself. 61.6, and hello to Chris, our admin. He's going to make sure everyone's comments and everyone else is nicely up to standard, so we can all have an enjoyable conversation and a good chat. So thank you very much. To shout out to Chris. So I'm just making sure that's all correct. We've got our fuel, got that. Right, we'll start up our next flight. Now you'll hear the PA announcements and everything else. Get our gross weight 67.1 tons for this afternoon's flight, and our call sign is Ryanair 8 Victor Golf. Oh, it is absolutely, Charlie, I agree. That's very, very kind of you, thank you very much. We are currently at London Gatwick, New Holland, so we're currently there at the moment. Yeah, it does, Chris. It's not been too bad. At the start, there was maybe a couple of ones that I had to remove because of the comments, but overall, it's been very, very mild, very good. So just get this all set.
Please place all of your cabin bags underneath the seat in front of you, with the exception of passengers occupying emergency rows, which are 16 and 17.
Just reconnect to Vatsim with our new call sign, and you'll see the traffic magically reappear. Now the traffic shall reappear. There we go. You can buy this off Steam for about £10 or £19 when I got it. It was on sale, so it was £10. I think the graphics card's just decided it's going to have a little bit of a fit, so This is the moment you have to be patient and just wait for it to come alive again. As I say, sometimes the textures just go like that and you have to be patient, wait for it to boot up. Unfortunately, a lot of people have these texture problems with the graphics card, and mistakenly they think that's it, it's the end, and just end the flight, when in fact all it all it takes is just a few minutes, and then the graphics card comes alive again and Bob's your uncle. So it's just a matter of being patient. Although I'm probably going to say that today and the whole thing will probably crash, so hey, that'll be my luck. I delight in swinging the band hammer as needed. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. So anyway, whilst waiting for the graphics card, we shall program our flight back to Dublin. So we're at Gatwick. On stand 11. Preload our core route. Call sign Ryanair 8 Victor Golf. Departure runway 26 left. There you go, as you can see the textures have loaded again, so we're all good. So now if we go back in the cockpit. There we go, good as new again. And as I say, sometimes that happens sometimes, and it's just a matter of being patient. So yeah, Bob's your uncle. No, it hasn't stopped working. It doesn't. That's what a lot of people mistake, Joe. Everyone says, oh, it stopped working, the textures and everything went blank. And all you have to do is just wait a minute for it to load up, and then it just corrects it automatically. But you've got to be patient. If you just close the process, then flightsim will crash, because it doesn't have that chance to load. So a lot of people do that and say, yeah, I've got problems, massive problems. You think, well, have you tried being patient? No, I didn't have the time. You think, well, I'm hardly surprised then. So we'll activate our flight plan. We'll be on a Kennet 1 X-ray departure this afternoon for our flight back to Dublin. Then we'll have the Vatsim 1 Lima arrival for the ILS runway 28 into Dublin. We'll program the rest of it. Flight time, I shall get that for you in 1 second, just let me finish this, and then we'll see what our flight time is going to be. Should be in the region of about 50 minutes, I reckon. Ton of reserve fuel, but a cost index of 6. We're going up to a cruising altitude of 34,000 feet. Wind 265086. The wind here at London Gatwick is 220 degrees 10 knots. Sound 320. Forecast is 050 into Dublin. So our flight back is going to be approximately, now this is according to the FMC, it's going to be 1 hour and 11 minutes going back to Dublin, but I know for a fact we can cut some of that out. That is the projected time based on us following all of these altitude constraints, but the reality is once we're up to Midhurst we won't be at 4,000 feet, we're more likely to be at 8,000 feet, so that reduces the time we travel significantly. So in fact that is the estimated time, but it isn't set in stone. So I am going to go ahead and what was the thing from Steam? I didn't buy it from Steam, I got it free. It's World of AI Traffic, so World of Artificial Intelligence, and you can buy, well, you can't buy it, it's free. It's a freeware add-on that you use for the traffic. That's how I get my model matching sets and everything. Right folks, I'm going to go ahead and get our clearance. Joe, everyone subscribed. He has deserved a lot more subs than he has. Let's get him to 3,000 by Joe. Thank you very much for that kind comment, mate. It's much appreciated. But it's hello, Gavin. I'm good, thanks. How's yourself, mate? I'm doing good. Just enjoying a quiet afternoon off, you could say. So we're just going to get our clearance anyway, folks. I'm going to contact Gatwick Delivery on 121.950. First of all, though, we'll just get some information off 134.225. If it's going to work, doesn't look like it's going to work. Okay. We'll just go straight at delivery then, 12195. Oh, that's because delivery's gone off. Okay, right, so straight over at ground then.
You had 1, 2.
Gatwick ground, hello again, Ryanair at Victor Golf. We're on stand 11. 737-800, requesting clearance to Dublin, please.
Dublin Street.
A firm, Ryanair at Victor Golf.
Last station, connect phone calls on Ryanair 8 Victor Golf. Ryanair 8 Victor Golf, Gatwick ground, hello, cleared Dublin.
Thank you, cleared to Dublin. Kennet 1 X-ray departure, 4463, Ryanair 8 Victor Golf.
Kennet 1 X-ray departure, school 4463.
That's copied, thanks.
Ryanair 8 Victor Golf, feedback correct. Information Alpha. BA197, request clearance to Manchester.
There we go, that was painless. Clearance is copied. Yeah, that's good. Right, okay, so we've got that. Just double checking what we've got at Dublin at the moment. Looks all fine to me. Right, so we've got our clearance. We don't need that chart, we don't need that chart, that one, or that one. As you can see, there's a fair few planes parked up. BA734's over there. Transavia 737-800. Got a plane over there. Multi-flight 737-800 there. So yeah, all good. And as I say, we are currently ahead of schedule, so got a departure time of 17:36, and we can push back 17:20. We can push back at 17:25, so we've got pushback in about 8 minutes. So I am going to go and get a drink, folks. I advise you do the same, and I shall be back in about 5 minutes, so I'll speak to you all in a few. Okie dokie folks, I'm back. Hello one and all. So we're going to close the door and get underway. So I'm going to call up Gatwick ground for a pushback. Yeah, I'll just interlude in this discussion on the chat. Basically, English would be the preferred. English would be the preferred thing if it could be written, spoken, etc. I mean, there are exceptional occasions. Simple greeting in another tongue to another person from another country. There's nothing wrong with that. I have many discussions with various ones: Polish, Spanish, French, German, all sorts, so simple greeting never goes amiss. But to actually have the entire thing, then no, we'll stick to English, as it's easier for everyone to understand. Anyway, that's me done. I'll get out the politics of it now, and now we'll just go for I'm just gonna go for a push and start. And I'll take a moment to breathe, and that'll all be very good. Right, straight push back. Gatwick ground, Ryanair 5, correction, Ryanair 8, Victor Golf, stand 11, request push and start please.
EIDW-197, put your aircraft type and
push and start approved, thank you, Ryanair 8, Victor Golf.
And ground, cockpit.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed. We are ready for pushback. Release parking brake, please.
Okay, parking brake is off, cleared to push.
Brakes off, here we go.
We can have your full and complete attention while the captain reports out for safety features on board this Boeing 737 806 aircraft. This is for your safety and for the safety and those passengers around. Thank you.
Alright, Victor Golf, stand 11, push and start approved.
Gatwick ground, good evening. This is Juliet Lima, 29 Hotel, stand 67 on citation 525A. With information Alpha, QNH 1006, request a for clearance to Frankfurt.
Juliet Lima, 29 Hotel, Gatwick ground, cleared Frankfurt, Alpha 2 X-ray departure, squawk 3412.
Clear to Frankfurt via the EGNT-2 X-ray departure, squawk 3412. Juliet Lima 29.
Ryanair 8, Victor Golf, request taxi please.
Juliet Lima, Signal Hotel, we there, correct.
Michael, Mike 1, Ryanair, Victor Golf.
Ryanair, Victor Golf, taxi left onto Mike and hold Mike 1. Google 295, every first place. Google 295, taxi, Sierra, Juliet, Papa, Alpha Sierra, hold Alpha 2. Taxi fly Sierra, Juliet, Papa, Alpha Sierra, and hold Alpha 2 for Cargo 295. Please confirm Sierra is straight ahead, or is it now to the left? How you found straight ahead? Thank you, Cargo 295.
Ground very ENT, this is EV34, Uniform Golf, will be a stand 554 with 320. Information Alpha, 281-006, requesting clearance to Madeira, please.
83 for Uniform Golf, cleared Madeira, Southampton 1 X-ray departure, squawk 2251.
1 X-ray, 2251, easy, 34 Uniform Golf.
83 for Uniform Golf, read correct. Ground speed at 762, that's the 284% start. Super 2762, 728, push and start approved. Push and start approved. Speed by 2762. Right now.
225, thanks, Victor Golf. Tower 8, Victor Golf, Mike 1 full ready.
Victor Golf, monitor the tower, 124.225.
26 left, clear for takeoff, thanks Ryanair, Victor Golf.
V1. Rotate. V2.
Right, Victor Golf 26 left, clear to take off, wind 210 degrees, 12 knots.
26, decimal 825, thanks, Victor Golf, good day. Carrier Director, good afternoon, Ryanair Victor Golf, passing 2,500, Kennett 1 extra.
Right, Victor Golf Director 126, decimal 825. Right, Victor Golf, carrier.
Right then, and climb flight level 150, thanks Ryanair Victor Golf.
That's a very good evening to you. Squawk Quebec, climb down flight level 150. Ryanair 860 Golf, leaving my airspace now.
Thanks for the service, Ryanair 860 Golf, good day. Okay folks, we are back in civilised airspace, the lovely land of Unicom, where nobody speaks, nobody chats, nobody speaks over you. It's a wonderful world. So we are climbing to our cruising altitude of 34,000 feet. Got airborne about 2 minutes early than our allotted time that I put in the chat. I put in the description, if you have a look, that we would depart at 17:36. We departed at 17:34, 17:33. So we are up nice and early. And our expected arrival time into Dublin. Our expected arrival time into Dublin is currently 6:42. That is likely to change very quickly once we get it up to our cruising altitude. So overall, we're looking good at the moment. Very good. Yeah, Mike, there's a lot to remember from these streams. If you watch the buttons that are pressed and the process it's followed, it's interesting. Yes, we're off to Dublin, as Chris rightly says. We are just departed London Gatwick on our way to sunny Dublin. And then next stop is my favourite, my local airport, Newcastle. The no step decals, Gavin. Yeah, don't step on the wing, whatever you do. Yes, you can. I'd love to, Joe, but unfortunately it's not possible, mate. Just I hope you can appreciate I am subscribed to an awful lot of channels, and I'm currently 3 weeks on the backlog of catching up with people I know subscriptions, so checking out other ones is impossible. It's a lot of time, and I have to catch up with all my regular ones first, I'm afraid, mate. Can you change the graphics and settings? Yes, you can. You can change the water, you can change scenery, auto-gen, texture, traffic, etc, etc, etc. So yeah, there's some great ways of doing it. You can take the, yeah, as Mike says, you can take it up to max. You can do all sorts, really. So yeah, I do long flights, yes, but obviously you haven't been here for previous streams, I imagine, given the fact you're asking. But I've done several long flights which you can watch. I don't know if you'd want to, but they're available on YouTube. But yeah, they are available. I've done several ones over 2 hours, but they're never exciting. The short ones where you've got a turnaround of 20 minutes and a flight time of about 50 tend to go down quite well. That's probably because they're short and sweet. So they always tend to do better. And again, I think that's just because on a longer flight boredom does tend to creep in, even for myself. After a certain while, it's a bit monotonous. I shall be doing some longer flights. It's more a case of when, but at the moment I'm fully focused on doing some more inter-Ireland, UK flights, so that's sort of our target for the moment. For quality like this, you don't need mods, you need a good system. I'm not bragging, but I have upgraded my PC significantly. I bought a whole new setup at the start of the year, better graphics card, better processor, just all round much better. Now my previous computer, you could not stream on it. You couldn't, I never even considered streaming on it, it was so bad. This one, on the other hand, has given me the opportunity to stream. It's smooth, the process as well, and for me, sat here at the desktop, looking at the PC, with my joystick and throttle, it's far more, well, it's far easier. But the frames and everything all work very well. So there are no mods. You've got add-ons such as scenery, you've got a weather add-on which is Opus FSX, but other than that, in terms of mods, there is nothing. It's just settings maxed out, and it looks okay. So yeah, Oliver, good afternoon mate, how are you doing? Gavin, how do you fancy a nice little 10 hours? I think I'll pass on that mate. I think I'll pass. I'll tell you what I once did. I once set myself a little challenge, so I got the, oh what was it? It was an A340, was it 500 or 600? It was a freeware one with a modded cockpit. Anyway, this is when I was young and stupid, but I got this A340 500, filled it up with fuel, and bearing in mind this was on Vatsim, pre-filed a route, and I flew non-stop from London Heathrow all the way across to Australia, and I think the total flight time, let me just get it right, because I set the flight away at 8 o'clock at night, and I landed the following day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I stayed awake most of the night. Most people who do overnight flights tend to just go to sleep. I didn't. I did it the proper way, and ever since then I vowed never to do that again. Then I did several long hauls when I flew with British Airways Virtual to the west side of the States. I didn't do as many across to Asia, funnily enough. Asia never appealed to me. I don't know why. I did a lot to the Caribbean. I loved some of the 777-200 flights from Gatwick. But overall, long-haul flights have just never really appealed to me. So, yeah, Chris, by your exclaim there, all I would say is don't try it at home, because it's not fun. It really isn't fun. Interesting day gardening. Ah, excellent, very nice. Well, you couldn't garden where I am. I ended up just doing a little bit of window cleaning this afternoon. In between rain showers, it was heavy rain up till about 1:30. Then there was a gap. Managed to do one customer, and then it's chucked it down again. But now it's actually come out really nice. But yeah, I'm supposed to be doing some gardening in the morning, and then I've got a training session in the afternoon. So yeah, it should be good. But hope you had a good day for it though. Yes, Gavin, it is. It is a long way, but as I say, the shorter flights are always the more fun ones. You're just going up, going down, quick little look around the airport and so on. It's always nice. Plus, I think we're very fortunate in the UK because we have good connections with the Republic of Ireland, and in terms of flights, from a Ryanair perspective anyway, you know, where can't you fly to in the UK? Well, Durham Tees Valley, Aberdeen, Inverness, Heathrow, Exeter, Southampton, Newquay, London City, London Southend, Norwich. But other than that, you can fly to pretty much anywhere in the UK from Dublin through Ryanair. So it's yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. How's the transport? The Rover? The Rover is a little bit better. We filled up the reservoir, and that seems to have done the trick. But the master cylinder has gone on the well, it has gone, the master cylinder. So I need to replace that. I was very worried that it was the actual clutch because, as I say, I got the clutch brand new in September. So I've still got a warranty on it, and I wasn't sure what was going on, but thankfully it just looks like the end seals on the reservoir have gone, so it's a case of getting new seals for it. But I'm just having to check it all the time, but that's going to hopefully get sorted properly next week. But it was a pain on Monday though, because I got up at 8 expecting, you know, to get everything sorted and whatnot, and then that just, it knocks your day back. And so when you're doing work like mine, which is weather dependent anyway, and you lose a day for no reason, well, the clutch, as my thought process was at the time, had gone, but it hadn't. Then yeah, it's really it's a pain in the backside, quite honestly. It really is a pain. So, and then when you get a day like this morning where that's half your day washed out because of the weather, it's tricky. But you just got to take the good with the bad, because overall, being your own boss and everything, it's great. It's absolutely great. Dylan Ryanair, many flights to from. Nice one, nice one. Yes, it's my favourite route, mate, and quite frankly, I love going to Dublin because it's attainable to do it in a day. You can fly from Newcastle at 11:20, be in Dublin airport for 12:30, and you can be in Dublin city centre for 1:15. So, and then you can enjoy the entire afternoon in Dublin, do whatever you want, or if you're me, you do a little bit of play and spot, and then you can fly back home and be back in your bed for the night. So it's always nice, really nice day. So yeah, we shall continue doing that, and as long as the flights continue, then we're all in the green. There you go. Oh, excellent. Obviously, there were, and I followed Oliver from when the crash happened. I'm the sort of person that takes an interest in the investigations. I mean, the AirAsia one, MH370, some of the less major ones as well. I take an interest in them all, and that is one in particular that I did follow. And the film, I haven't watched it, but I am going to soon. From what I've heard from all my friends and mates that have watched it, it depicts what actually happened very accurately, which is good. I mean, even just simple things like it was an A320 that crash landed into the Hudson. You get some silly programs these days where they'll use a Boeing or they'll use something else, and it just ruins it. And yet, thankfully, in this film, they've really depicted what happened, dramatised it enough, again, for it to be fairly accurate to real life, but at the same time not going overboard. I'm going to judge it for myself once I've watched it, but it sounds good. It really does sound good, so we'll see how it goes. Do I create the flight plans? I don't. Basically, they're all generated through virtual Ryanair. All I have to do is generate, it does it creates a folder, which I then put into my flight simulator, and that creates a generated route. And then all I have to do is enter the company route in the FMC, and that loads all the waypoints, all the airways that are necessary for that particular flight. It's a far easier way of doing it. It's done in real life, and it saves time during turnaround. And yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. They are a lot less expensive, given the fact that the clutch was, when I replaced that last year, that was 180 quid to replace that. The master cylinder is only about 120, but it's not too bad, to be honest. It's not too bad. Can't complain. And the good thing is, once it's sorted, I know it's sorted. So, and then the next thing I need to sort out is there's a rattling on the steering rack, which I need to see what's happening there. I thought it was the anti-roll bar links, but it's not. It's a problem with the steering rack, so that's next on the list to do. Film actually will dramatize that. Yeah. Forensic analysis. Lot Flight 16. Now there's an interesting one. I did follow parts of it. Yeah. I'll be honest with that one. That is not one I followed entirely, but no, I did follow parts. little segments of that one. The one thing that struck me with the lot flight was some of the some of the comments made regarding the impossibility of you know, carrying out such a landing and so on, and some of the criticism afterwards was unnecessary. But I can still remember that was I can remember I'd just finished what had I been doing? I'd been up at the stables. I went in, put the computer on, and that was on the news about the lot emergency land. All the footage and everything was from a plane spotter's perspective, it was amazing to watch. It's like, look, there's a plane landing with no wheels, great, and it didn't crash, burn, explode, you name it, you know. But then when you actually look into the hard, nitty-gritty bits of it, it was pretty impressive, like. That's true, Chris, that's true, although some of the stuff which was actually insinuated at the time following the Hudson landing was wholly directed on both pilots. It was partly to do with the fact that both engines seemingly were, in some people's opinions, shut down. And what they wanted to assess, was it deliberate? Well, of course it wasn't deliberate. If you know, not being funny, but if you hit a deer with your car, times it by 5 or 10, see what effect it has on your car, because believe you me, it isn't going to be very roadworthy. You take a whole load of birds and ingest them into engine, you know, a CFM56 engine, or a LEAP, whatever, International Airlines, you know, you see what effect it has, and it isn't going to be pretty. No matter what those engines are designed to, you know, withstand, the fact of the matter is it does damage. So, but some of the insinuations that it was partly down to the crew, and some of the allegations that were made were pretty sickening, really. And I still look back on that, and you look at that crash altogether. Imagine if they hadn't made the river, where would they go then? Downtown New York? You know, what other alternatives do you have around there? There aren't many. There aren't many. But, they're interesting, all the same. I'm using a Cytec X36 X35 joystick, and it is a lot easier. Just about to start our descent into Dublin, folks. I totally agree. Totally agree, man. Skill. Yeah, exactly. And when you're talking about the size of a 767, I mean, you've just spent the entire time as they had in that holding pattern, burning off fuel, because the principle is, the more fuel you have on board, the more risk there is of a fatal fire breaking out. You know, fuel's a fire at the end of the day, if that were to occur. And then to land on a runway, granted, you know, foam was put down to minimise the impact, but all the same, it was incredible, really, absolutely incredible. And to all the critics and to all the experts, and I put experts in the category with exclamation marks, if they think they could do a better job, then go do it. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, that happened, and it was impressive. Oh, brilliant. Which book's that, Gavin? Which book's that? Going on holiday in 8 days with Ryanair. Flew with Ryanair about 50. Yeah, I've flown with them a lot. I've flown with them an awful lot. They're definitely improving, and have been so over the years, which is good. Some traffic just to our left. He's 800 feet below. Shouldn't be any consequence. And we're just about to start descending. Descent's already generated by the FMC. The FMC takes into account our height, our altitude, at what altitude and at what speed we have to be at such and such a waypoint, and that calculates our descent for us. And so the computer tells us when we have to descend, and it's a set descent path basically. It takes us all the way down, which is great. Just going to double check and see if we have any ATC available going into Dublin. We don't have any ATC currently, it's not too bad. Just going to start preparing for our flight to Newcastle.
Nothing further for you, Majesty. Call Manchester Display. Have a nice flight. Bye bye.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Gavin, when you think the British Airways there. Yeah, you're right. It was an amazing one as well. Well, to answer your question quite simply, it's very simple. If see in the FMC here, you've got, if we click on our legs, these are our list of waypoints leading us into Dublin. And for instance, at Vatsim, which is the entry to our standard arrival, our star, it expects us to be at 14,400 feet, doing a speed of 320 indicated by the time that we reach the waypoint Vatsim. And if I want to change that, if I want us to be higher, I can do so. I can put, for instance, 320 at an altitude of, let's just say for argument's sake, 16,000 feet, indicated as 160. I can input that there, and then if I want to, I can execute that, and that will activate us being at Vatsim at 16,000 feet. However, the FMC does a good enough job, so I don't need to do that. I can rely wholly on the fact that it's given us the best rate of descent with the best speed having given it the information that I had to hand when I programmed the FMC on the ground at London Gatwick. Once I'd done that, it automatically calculates best rate of climb, best rate of descent, and obviously what speed we would have had at our cruise. So all in all, the computer does more than a good enough job. However, if I want to manually amend something, be it the speed, be it the altitude, I am in completely the position to do so without there being any problems. And there again, if I want to descend manually without the computer. So for instance, we are in VNav at the moment, so that's the setting that follows the descent path that is set by the computer. If I want to descend at a rate and speed of my choosing, I can disconnect that. I can press level change and I can select speed, either greater or higher. A higher rate of speed, a higher rate of descent. A lower rate of speed, typically a lower rate of descent. So it varies from one to the other. But for now, the computer does a good enough job and we can hit VNav. This is our projected descent path. If we were under it, this little pink dot would show as being down, so we would still have some altitude to catch up with. If this were above, then we would be below our projected descent path, but at the moment we're right in the middle, so we're on a perfect, nice, smooth descent all the way down. So we can rely pretty much wholly upon that up until we land. So they're very advanced. Ah, right, I see, Gavin. Oh, very nice. Oh, that would be great. I'll do that on Twitter if that's okay, mate. That'd be. I'd really like a read of that. Actually, that'd be great. I'll send you that on Twitter. Yeah, not every standard arrival takes you to the exact point that you want. So for instance, in Belfast there are no standard arrivals. So typically if there's ATC on, you'd get vectored to the ILS through a series of headings. But if there is no ATC on, which I presume there isn't in your case obviously, then you would have to manually select your own heading to the point that you were happy you could establish onto the instrument land system. Typically it's between anything from 8 to 12 miles from the airport, and that's the point that you'd establish onto the localizer and continue with the instrument land system. On the other hand, if you're feeling particularly brave and want to ditch the whole handbook, then go for a visual approach and do all that. You know, that's as much fun as anything. So for airports that don't have standard arrivals, Belfast, Newcastle. In fact, if you follow the stream later on, mate, I'll give you an example, because the next airport we're flying to, Newcastle, we don't have any stars up here, so we don't have any set arrivals. Once we are on track towards Newcastle, we leave on a series of headings that take us onto the downwind leg, onto the base leg, and then finally onto final to establish with the ILS. If you follow the stream later on, you'll see an example of that when I land in Newcastle. But again, that's up to you, and you control the headings and manipulate it as best as you can to get yourself on the approach. So that's the way it's done. But I'll show you how we do that later. yes, we are going to Newcastle next. We are just landing in Dublin now, so Newcastle is next on the list. So those of you who regularly follow the stream whenever we land in Dublin know about the standard arrival here. So the way it goes a bit like this. I'll show you. All the stars for separation and so on always have a bit of a dog leg in them at Dublin, and as I say, this is for separation, maximising traffic flow and so on. However, at times like this where we don't have any ATC, there isn't significant traffic, then we cut this dog leg off, because that adds several minutes on by the time you go all the way around and then all the way back down. So once we get to our next waypoint, which is Sorin, we just continue on a heading and we head for the waypoint that takes us straight on the ILS, which is Lapmo. So, and that cuts off that entire dog leg and a good few minutes along with it. But as I say, typically if there were more traffic, and sometimes ATC will advise you to continue with the standard arrival, but at other times they'll just take you straight for the ILS. But it's always dependent on what the traffic's doing. Today we're all good, so we should get straight in. Got indicated 89 miles to go, and the landing time of 6:37. Yeah, or you can just vector yourself, as I say, with a series of headings till you're happy you're on the ILS. So yeah, just whatever suits you best. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel the rest of the standard arrival. So I'm going to select Lapmo after Sorin, so our next waypoint is Sorin, then after that we'll go to Lapmo. As you can see, that's recalculated our descent automatically via the computer. Now if I select it, we only have 45 miles to go, and I expected in at 6:30. So, and as you can see, that has cut off that massive dog leg from Sorin that takes us all the way around. So gives us a much better descent and a straight approach. So approaching 10,000 feet, seatbelt signs can go on. All passengers, we regret to inform you the lavatories are no longer available. We are 42 miles from Dublin now. This is FSX Steam, yes. Flight Simulator X Steam Edition. Yeah, we're landing at Dublin at 6:30, or now 6:26 local time, Alan. So if you go to the description, Alan, and I've got all the times set out there. So according to my time frame, our estimated time of arrival is 6:27 local. So that's approximately 1 minute early to the estimated time I put in the description before. So we're right on schedule, right on time. I don't know what plane you're on about, I'm afraid. So you'd have to say what plane specifically. I use a joystick and throttle, Cytec joystick and throttle. And you can see there's some traffic just up ahead. It's on our navigation display. He is landing, I think, at Dublin also. I'm just having a quick look. Yep, Ryanair 3061 from Prague. He's landing at Dublin, so we are going to land behind him. So we are going to kill off some of our speed. He's just proceeding direct to Latmo, as you can see. So yeah, he's 2,500 feet below us, and descending in for the ILS. So we got 23 distance measuring equipment, DME, away from the ILS. So we're not too far out at all. Just going to select our velocity reference speed, which is going to be 140 knots landing into Dublin. Usually, depending on how far away at this point in the flight I am from Latmo, usually if there were traffic from the north that we're about to establish on the ILS, sometimes I would take a heading of say 010 to 020 just to give them a bit of clearance so they've got enough time to establish and I have enough time to slow down. But at the moment, as you can see, that guy in front of us, he's got a good rate of descent, he's got a good speed, so we should be perfectly fine just continuing direct to Latmo at the moment. So, yeah, it's looking good. It depends depending on what your aircraft is. As I say, I have no idea what aircraft you're using. So it is, well, it's not hard once you get used to using a keyboard, but let's just say once you've used a joystick, then yes, using a keyboard's extremely hard. When my dad first got me Flight Simulator 2004, 2002, I used the keyboard for years. And then he got me my first joystick when I was about 8 or 9, and that was amazing. And I had that for years. But yeah, you can use the keyboard, but it's better if you use a joystick or something else. So, I've no idea what just happened there, but the plane just decided to go up. I think it's because I've been holding control too long. So, stick the old throttle back on again. Seems funny about that sometimes with their sticky keys. I think what I just accidentally did was tap something I shouldn't have. coming back on the speed a little bit, just to give a little bit more separation to the guy in front of us. That's a localizer captured, that's a glide slope captured. Going to go on to VPilot and put in Unicom that we are landing on runway 28, so you might hear it go silent for momentarily. So as you can see, that guy ahead of us, he's at he's about 1,700 feet, so got a good rate of separation between them, but we are just going to come back further on the speed, just to give him time to vacate the runway, especially you get some pilots that don't know the airports as well. So. Okay, gears down. Bootsy68, good evening mate, how are you doing sir? How has your week been? I hope it's been well. You've just joined us at a good time, we are landing at Dublin now. Behind a very slow Ryanair who's slowing down all the time, so... you can see there's almost barely 3 miles just between us, but that gap is closing. So we'll come all the way back down to our velocity reference speed. This is online, this is on Vatsim. So we are just getting a little warned about that. It's only 1,200 feet below us. Right, we're now at 139, 140 knots. This is going to be quite a tight one actually, because he's, I think he's been doing about 140 knots all the way along the approach, so this is going to be a bit of a late one. As you can see, he's just about a touchdown on runway 28. Yes, we're off to Newcastle next, so we're landing now from Gatwick, and our next flight is to Newcastle. Okay, he's just touching down now on runway 28, so this is going to be a very late landing clearance. I just hope he hurries his backside off the runway. Okay, he's still on the runway. Still on the runway. Come on. Still on the runway. I can see he's vacating now, I can see he's vacating. Okay, we are going to land.
Minimums.
Okay, landing.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Okay, welcome to Dublin, folks. I was a bit worried there for a second. That's one thing, thankfully at Ryanair we don't have too many of, and that is slow pilots. So, welcome, and let's taxi across to our gate and get ready to go to Newcastle. Total flight time 55 minutes and only 3 minutes late, so that's not too bad. Mike 2 above Hotel 2. Crossing runway 1634. Okay, the APU power is available. And our flight plan to Newcastle's all ready to go, so we'll park up, shut down and get ready to head straight back to what I would call home. Taxi lights are off. And that's us on stand 125, engine shutdown, seatbelt signs are off, cabin crew, disarm doors for arrival, and cross-check please. Let's open the doors and let everyone out. There's our company just taxiing in. Right, so now you're going to hear the stream go quiet momentarily. I'm just going to get the fuel and everything in for our next flight. Oh look, and a store-bought ATR. Nice. So, Newcastle is next. Fuel for Newcastle. Total fuel is going to be 5.9 tons. So 5933. Our payload to Newcastle today is going to be 61 tonnes. The gross weight of 66.9. Call sign Ryanair 172. Yeah, it is a simulator, yes. It's not a case of everyone using the old Ryanair liveries, Joe. It's just that's what my simulator has generated it to represent. So it's a Ryanair livery. It's not representative of what that person, of the livery that person is actually using. It just depicts it on my side as being the old livery, even though in fact it could be the new one. So it's again, it's just simulation. But the person, there is a person flying that simulated aircraft on another computer somewhere. So yeah.
Your seat has been allocated for you to comply with the weight and safety of the aircraft. Please place all of your cabin bags underneath the seat in front of you, with the exception of passengers occupying emergency rows, which are 16 and 17, 1 ABC and 2 DEF.
There's the revised one, which we are in, so which is this one, and it is a noticeable difference compared to the old one as well. So yeah, right. I'm just getting some stuff set up on the laptop.
Just have a look, and if you have any questions,
Just going to start setting up now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Newcastle. I would like to welcome you aboard this Canada flight. The crew will be shortly commencing the safety demonstration, which for your safety, please give them your attention. Thank you.
Gentlemen, as the main aircraft door is now being closed, we kindly ask you to place all electrical items into in-flight mode. If your device does not have an in-flight mode, please switch the device off for the duration of the flight. Thank you.
That's us all set up for the flight to Newcastle now. Yeah, same here, Gavin. Plenty of times, and the view's good though. It's a really funny terminal, and I have flown through it so many times that. Michael, good evening. Hello, how you doing? It's really funny because you tend to find, right? Let me disconnect the mouse yoke. There we go. Right, this part of the terminal, everyone is coming down here. They all converge in this part where the information displays are. Meanwhile, you have people waiting here, 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 and here, all the way along either side, waiting for their flight. And yet, typically at this end, it's always dead because people don't, unless of course the need is over there. Typically, this side of the terminal is always dead. So, for me, taking every opportunity to play in spot, as I do, I just walk along the travelator from this side all the way along the end to where that Ryanair fin is. Go and take a seat on either this side or along here, and then you get a view right across the airport. It's great. Especially as the Newcastle flight's one of the last to leave, so generally it's dead on that side of the terminal. Anyway, I've just realised it's chucking it down with rain outside. Heathrow, good evening, how you doing, mate? I use a joystick, Tomo. Yep, I use a joystick. No, I'll pass on coming via India. Thanks for the offer. Maybe another time, but not this time. We are going to be leaving at 8:54? 6:54. So 11 minutes time. Anyone who watched us landing just there, I was very worried we were going to have to go around at one point. That's just my thoughts on the landing, but hey. Okay, 25,000 feet. Set. Switch the seatbelt sign back on. Ask that everyone please return to their seats as soon as possible, as we are going to be leaving soon. So folks, it's 272 miles to Newcastle Airport. Estimated flight time this evening's 44 minutes from Dublin to Newcastle. We're going to be taking off in a westerly direction before turning right towards the Irish Sea, where you'll get a nice view of Dublin on your right hand side, crossing the Irish Sea towards Manchester, before heading northeast past Leeds before beginning our descent into Newcastle Airport, where we shall be crossing the northeast coast before landing in a westerly direction. As I say, our estimated flight time is 44 minutes this evening, and we are looking at pushing back in the next 10 minutes. So once again, thanks for choosing Ryanair. We wish you a pleasant flight. Yeah, Newcastle, here we come. Excellent, very good. Thank you very much, Ether. Thank you. How are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? The Ryanair parked at the end of the terminal there is going to Forteventura. So that one over there. That's where he's going. Many thanks, Isaiah, many thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, folks, I'm going to go and grab another drink, so I shall be right back. Okay folks, I'm back. Let's close the doors, pull up the air stairs and get ready to go.
And ground, cockpit.
Let's get ready for push and start.
We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed, we are ready for pushback. Release parking brake, please.
Okay, parking brake is off, cleared to push.
Brakes off, here we go.
The next flight's going to be about 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Welcome back, welcome back. Yep, departing in, we're just pushing back now, so we've just got to get back on schedule, but currently we've been running very close to it and looking good so far. No, it's not GSX, it's just standard PMDG pushback, where you can select left, right, degrees, feet, however far back you want. So yeah, we are going. Many thanks, many thanks. Appreciate all the support. Okay, and we are ready to taxi. Just got to change the takeoff speed as the runway condition is now wet. So just going to quickly change that. And cabin crew, seats for departure, please. We're going to go for roll and takeoff, so that our left side's clear, right side's clear, going straight down, line up 28 and depart. Thrust set. Yeah, the weather's been a bit funny today. It's been very, very odd. It's the same here. It's been up and down.
V1.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
We have positive rate and gears coming up. L now. Okay, look up. The autopilot on. And we're going to go straight up to 25,000 feet. Yeah, Opus is the weather engine I'm using here. Opus. Yeah, gears up. Gear 3 green and yeah, take care. See you later on, mate. Take care. Standard instrument departure. Approaching our transition altitude at 75,000. Going to Newcastle now. Off to sunny old Newcastle. And we're currently expected in 4 minutes ahead of schedule. So if you look in the description, the scheduled time is 7:45 for our arrival into Newcastle. We're now indicating at about 7:42, so should hopefully get in a little bit early. And Felipe, good evening, hello. Nice little bit of tailwind just as we're about past 10,000. Usually on the right side when it's nice and clear as you depart runway 28 you get a nice view of Dublin. Sadly today that is not the case. Many thanks, take care, see you later on, bye bye. See if we've got any ATC. Oh, would you credit it? Literally just as we departed. Ooh. Oh dear, I didn't even realise Dublin radar was on. We've just departed. I didn't get any contact me or anything. Oh dear. Oh, not to worry. Yeah, it does. I accidentally had to rename it before. Because the initial stream I'd set started too early, so yeah, it was kind of one of those things. I'll change that once it's rendered. Thank you for pointing out. I'm not sure, you'd have to have a look. I'm not sure what weather engines are available for P3D, but you can check. I'm not too sure. Yeah, but FSX Real Weather Heathrow, they do, I think they only do the paid version now. Because I used to have FS Real Weather, but then they changed it to a subscription basis, and I never liked the basis, well, the base of the program anyway, but I got rid of it after a while, so yeah. Approaching our cruising altitude now, so sad it. Oh, that is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'll tell you, Ryanair have started new routing on their evening Newcastle to Dublin flight, and they take the same route as the Aer Lingus flight does. So that's going across to the Isle of Man and then straight into Dublin instead of going down to Leeds and across to Manchester. And Ryanair have started doing the same on the evening flights because it is pretty much a quicker route. And I've just checked our flight plan for going back to Dublin, and we have got that route. So it's Dean Cross, direct Isle of Man, and then to Boyne. So we've got that new route, so I'm looking forward to that. I think they did stop doing the light version of Real WX. I think it's a long time since I checked, but I think they did stop here. Ah, Rahman, hello, good evening. Hello to everyone who's joined. Sorry, I'm just browsing some different things at the moment on my laptop, so I'm just doing that at the moment. We're currently on the Dublin to no, not caught napping. No, you'll never catch me napping. I can do long endurance. I'm a baller. Anyway. We are at 25,000 feet, approaching the west coast of the United Kingdom, ground speed of about 400, and I estimate time of arrival into Newcastle is 7:43. And I'm really looking forward to the return flight at Sector 3, Newcastle, Dublin. I'm really looking forward to our return flight because that's on a new route that I haven't flown yet with Ryanair, so it's going to be good. What do I do during these flights? Typically I sort out photos, or as I'm doing at the moment, I'm editing my next video, browse the comments on the live stream, I'm trying to catch up with all my subscribers' videos, and Heathrow, I include you in that. I'm trying to catch up with everyone's videos. I've got loads of stuff to go through, and then at the same time at the moment I've got charts up and I'm busy planning the approach for Newcastle, so I am multitasking, one could say. And we are shortly about to descend in Newcastle. So, the weather at Newcastle, let's have a look. 260 degrees, 14 knots, QNH 997. Looks okay. Yeah, and they said men cannot multitask. I take issue with that statement. Not only is it being inaccurate, but also, well, as well as it being inaccurate, but, well, a lot of other things. But I do take issue with that statement. When I'm window cleaning, I'm multitasking. I am thinking of my safety when I'm up a ladder. I am putting water onto a window, I'm thinking about drying that window, so that's multitasking as well. So, you see, it's not just a... Going through some kilo numbers, just going to stick the seatbelt sign on. Nasty bit of weather there. Scorial82, good evening mate, hello, how you doing? You've just joined us at the point we're about to land in Newcastle. I'll begin on descent there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it will shortly be landing. Can we ask you please to return to your seat now and securely fasten your seatbelt? Take all hands back and stowed securely beneath your seat, not obstructing the centre aisle or any of the emergency exits. We would also ask now that all the electronic equipment be switched off and properly and safely stowed for our landing. Headsets must be removed for our landing and our taxi.
Got one more sector after this, then we're heading back to Dublin and Viet. Yeah, see you soon, Heathrow. Gotta love the descent into Newcastle, absolutely. Just going to do a quick weather update. Yeah, it's already been pointed out. It was first stream started prematurely, so it was a case of quickly changing it. But I had to change one of the letters for it to go ahead. But I removed the I from the EIDW, but yes. Well spotted though, at least someone actually bothers to read the title. Most people come on and say, what plane are you flying? What flight simulator? Or where are you flying to? And you think, well, it is all in the title, and if it isn't in the title, then it is in the description. Just departing Newcastle, and there's a shuttle, British Airways A320, just coming screaming up behind us from Heathrow. Shuttle 1 to Quebec, Airbus A320. No doubt we'll see him on the ground. It's quite bumpy this evening. It's Opus weather. Well, the whole title was correct, it's just that the first stream started before it should have, so I had to change a letter for me to schedule another stream. So one of the letters had to go, and the letter that went was the I out of EIDW. So it wasn't an accidental typo, it was a deliberate typo. If it wasn't, then I couldn't have scheduled this stream for me to stream now, or else it would have carried on from the previous one that was incorrect. So it was a deliberate typo. Okay, we're just approaching Gurley, got 9 miles to go, looking nice to the northeast now. See what signs are on. See that Ryanair that's just apart Newcastle is just below us, 2,000 feet below. We're just going to go on a heading there. See he's coming up on our track. See him, you can see his lights just over there, just to our left. Yeah, see you later on, mate. Take care. Thanks for joining. Yep, all good. Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Yes, Twitter. We're coming in runway 25, mate. So just over Tynemouth Way. Turning in for the ILS just over there. So that's where we're coming in today. Had the weather been better, I would have gone for a visual approach, but it's not going to happen today. So, but yeah, we're just descending for the ILS now. And hello to everyone who's joined the stream. Good evening. Hello. We are just about to land into Newcastle. Yeah, we are about 5 minutes from landing. Evening from Newcastle. Hello, good evening. That's where we're just about to land. Just looking up the coast, nice and clear there, looking good. It's actually just cleared up. Just once we're about to Tynemouth Way and over Blythe, so too bad actually, looks alright. Just that little patch seemed to be concentrated on the tank, so it's localizer captured. St Mary's Lighthouse, sorry that was a bit late. Didn't quite see it. It's just off to our left anyway. Sorry mate, I looked at the comments too late. We're all back from the taxi service. Ooh, some people did it. Right, let's have a look. I'll capture the glide slope. Glide slope's captured. Gears coming down. EVA-19 there. One's just over there up ahead. Cabin crew, seats for landing please. Seats for landing. And welcome to Newcastle International Airport, folks. Bit of a low approach there, but we're down anyway. So we've landed 1 minute and 50 seconds late, so we are just slightly behind schedule by the time we get on to stand, but other than that, that was not too bad. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I'm going to go straight over to stand number 2. It's traditionally where our Dublin flight always arrives. As I say, I am looking forward to the flight back to Dublin, because it's the new route that Ryanair operates on the evening service via the Isle of Man. So and the APU power is now available. Yep, next time to go home to Dublin, yep. Well, for you it might be home, for me this is my home, Newcastle. Not the city obviously, but the airport in terms of locality. Yep. Okay, here we are, stand 2. Cabin crew, disarm doors and cross-check for arrival. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Newcastle Airport. Please take caution when opening the overhead lockers, as there may be items which may fall and cause fatal damage to someone, apparently. Oh dear. There we go. Okay, we'll file this flight plan and then we'll get ready to go straight back to Newcastle, folks. So I'm just going to file this one. So the fuel for our flight is going to be 5.1 tons, and we have a payload of 61.40 fuel weight. Okay, and that's ours, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's start planning our flight back. This is where it all gets interesting for me, because this is a route I have never flown before from Newcastle anyway. So we're at Newcastle, we're on stand 2, we're going to Dublin. We're manually programming this because I don't have the new company route. I'm going to be departing off runway 25, our call sign is Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha. Now we're not taking the standard instrument departure today, instead we're going direct to Dean's Cross, it's on the west side of the UK. So we're going direct to Dean Cross, then we're going direct to the Isle of Man, India Oscar Mike, then we're going on the Yankee 911 airway to our final waypoint for the star, which is going to be Boyne. So that is our route. Now traditionally the route, as I said, usually goes down to Leeds, Manchester, then across the Irish Sea. But the evening route has changed in real life, so now you go across to the west side, across to Carlisle, down to the Isle of Man, straight into Dublin. So that's the route we're going to take tonight. Our gross weight 66.5, 5.2 tons of fuel on board, we've got a reserve of 1, cost index 6, flight level is going to be 24,000 feet, so flight level 240. And what are the cruise winds? Cruise winds 209 degrees, 57 knots. 209,057. Our arrival into Dublin is going to be ILS 28 on a Boeing 1 Lima arrival. That's going to be our arrival. And I'll just show you how this translates in to our flight plan. So if we go to our legs page, so as you can see we'll be departing straight ahead across to Dean's Cross, then down to the Isle of Man, and then straight into Dublin. So it's pretty much, it's a much straightforward route, to be honest. 225 miles and a flight time of approximately 40 minutes. So that's good. Although because we'll be cutting the star off, it's more more likely to be about 30 minutes. So yeah. Enough of running around as an unpaid taxi driver, time to be an unpaid mod. Oh dear. Good on you, mate, good on you. Right, let's just make sure everything's in order. So our departure is runway heading up to 8,000 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the main aircraft door is now being closed, we kindly ask you to place all electrical items in flight mode. If your device does not have an in-flight mode, please switch the device off for the duration of the flight. Thank you.
Good day. Our thrust setting is as calculated via the FMC, so it's not ever 100% of our thrust, but it shall be close. But it will be derated, but very, very by a very small margin. So yeah, it should be okay. The wind's 260 degrees, 14 knots. Right, and we'll be pushing back 12 minutes past 8. Okay folks, I'm going to go and get another drink, so I shall be right back. I shall go and get a drink and I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. As I go and get my drink, I'll leave you with this view. As you can see on your screen, there's a plane just coming into land. That's the British Airways A320 from London Heathrow, just about to land. So I'll let you watch the action whilst I go for a cup. Okie dokie folks, I'm back, hello. What happened to the British Airways? He was landing when I was last here. Oh, he's gone around, that's fine, okay. That's what happens when you fly with British Airways. You might land, you might not. 6 and 2 3s. Is he coming in for another try, or do you think he even wants to land? I mean, I know British Airways have developed an ongoing reputation of declining service, but it would just be good if they could get the passengers to the airport in the first place, but hey ho. Fly maybe should be applied to British Airways. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. I don't know what he's doing because he's just gone past the approach, so I don't know if he's coming in for another go or if he's just taking it into his head that he's just gonna hold. I don't know. Well, it is, but it's true, so hey ho. Oh no, it looks like he's established on 2-5. In the time that we've been here, because bearing in mind, when we were landing, that British Airways was only about 4.5 minutes behind us. So in the time that he hasn't even landed, we have landed, turned around, and in 5 minutes we'll be getting pushback. In which time, he should be at the gate, but we'll have done a full turnaround, and yet there was only 4 minutes between us, so... okay. The video that Heathrow Aviation has just linked is the footage I filmed at Newcastle Airport of planes landing during Storm Doris, and some of that footage is going to be part of an ITV documentary which is going to be airing on the 6th of August, on ITV, and it's a documentary regards EasyJet pilots. So that's going to be on ITV, and it'll be interesting to see how it all comes out. But yeah. Is this the third or second attempt? I'm not sure. Either way, he's trying to land now. I don't know what the problem is, unless all the hydraulic or the computers have crashed. See, that's the other thing with the Airbus. If your computer crashes, Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work. So, you're a bit snookered. Second attempt, alright. Well, whilst he's doing that, we're going to close the door and stairs and get ready for push and start, because we'll be pushing back in 2 minutes. Yeah, the accreditation in theory, Chris, should be either on the footage itself or at the end. Is he going to land? Come on. Oh, do I go around? Do I not? Do I land? Do I land? Do I land? Do I land? Do I go around? Is he going to? Is he? Is he? Oh, I think he's landed. I think he might have landed. Yes, he has landed. The Speedbird has landed. But is he going to make Bravo? Come on, everyone makes Bravo. Come on. You're not going to roll to the end, are you? Oh, is he going to? Oh, makes Bravo. Yeah, I had some footage. A lot of you might know. Channel 4's documentary on the Vulcan XH558. I had quite a bit of footage in that, the one they did with Guy Martin. So yeah, I keep telling everyone that this footage with ITV to step up the ladder. I don't know which ladder though, but because there is none. The only ladder for me is window cleaning. Right, yo, let's get ready for push and start, folks. What's taking him so long? I feel like pulling that BA pilot's leg and messaging him saying, "Did the plane say no?" Come on, come on, it's just... You're going to the wrong stand! That's stand 5! British Airways always use stand 3 at Newcastle. Oh, he's obviously not a true BA pilot. Okay, let's go.
And ground, cockpit.
Go ahead, Captain.
We're all set to go up here. We've been cleared to push and start at your discretion.
Roger that, ready for push. Power and air are clear, doors closed. We are ready for pushback. Please parking brake, please.
Okay, parking brake is off.
Some traffic, you're not kidding. It's like rush hour up here. Okay, we're going to have to make this start up quick.
Brakes off, here we go.
Little Britain references now. Right, pushing back into the corridor. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, British Airways at Newcastle always uses stand 3. That's this stand with the air bridge just there. As I'm sure 19 Bootsy 68, if he's still there, will be able to tell us. He used it quite a bit, I think. Occasionally they do park on stand 2, the stand we're just pushing back off. That's usually when we get the weekend flights in. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're just gonna backtrack runway 25 today. Cabin crew, seats for take. Seats for departure, please. Seats for departure. No frills or thrills, I think it's both. For those of you local to Newcastle, you'll appreciate that this is the unorthodox way of getting up to runway 25, but at times when taxiway Delta is closed, which it isn't, you backtrack runway 25 and line up, so, and I'm just saving some time, so yeah, off we go again. Making sure everything's all checked and correct. They all look good to go. Okay, the cabin's all ready. We'll just backtrack and lie up and wait. So we're currently running just about 10 minutes late. Okay, power set. $80 knots checked.
V1.
V1.
Rotate. V2.
Positive rate. Gear up. Okay, let's go straight up to 24,000 feet and proceed direct to Dean Cross. Now estimating at 5 past 9. Should get in earlier, in theory. We could get a nice cruise open. Yeah, that's just past our transition. That's us leaving Newcastle Airport behind us. See the 69 there, just coming across. Oh, just round Hexham, very nice, yeah, very nice. Yep, just passed around Hexham. Well, the taxi, Hutley has commented on the taxi, it's a backtrack, so we're not on a taxiway. And as traditional with a backtrack, you make it as quickly as possible. And if you want any examples of that, look at London City, where it's a case of you have to be very quick about backtracking to vacate or light up. This route though is definitely shorter, I just want to see how much shorter. We'll get a good idea once we're on approach. Definitely not, no. 100%. minutes, about 40 minutes approximately. And that's us at 24,000 feet. Traffic add-ons World of Artificial Intelligence, it's free. World of EIDW-EGKK. It's just over the west coast now, just to Dean Cross. And next waypoint is the Isle of Man. Just realised I forgot to change me. Just forgot to file my new flight plan, which I better quickly do. This is the very last flight I found. It's to Dublin, so that's where we're going. And we do have some ATC on as well. We've got Dublin approach on, so that's good. Isle of Man there, just up ahead. It's the waypoint we direct to. See you in a few shortly, bye bye. Yes, Michael, I know, but you're expected to program the full start just in case. So, but 9 times out of 10 you never follow the full start. So, generally speaking, from the waypoint Boyne, we will most likely get a direct to Lapmo for a straight in ILS approach, runway 28. That's typically how it works out, but you always have the star ready just in case. Just seeing what traffic's currently coming in. There's one flight from Liverpool coming in at the same time as us, and there is a flight from Belfast as well, maybe 7 departures on the ground at Dublin. Frequency is going to be 121.1. We're just approaching our top descent next. Got 17 miles to go. Better looking at it than for it, exactly. And it's better preparation in advance as well is always key. Because if I get up to the last waypoint now, and all I have is a single direct to lateral, and ATC advises me that there's another 6 inbounds and wants me to follow the entire star, and I don't have it programmed, then I'm snookered. Well, I'm not snookered, but I've got to then go and program the whole thing again, you know. So I better just have it there ready to press L now. Bob's your uncle. Not particularly. I'm just trying to work out exactly what it is. I don't know if you'd call it dedication or stupidity, I'm not sure which. Not long at all, probably about another 15, 20 minutes, if that. Yeah, that's the first yellow card. Well, thank you very much, mate. Thank you. Right, I'm just double checking, got a steward. What else? 4 departures out, 1 to 1.1. Wait for that. Should be getting a contact me very shortly, in theory. Haven't had one yet. Ah, there we go. Talk to the devil.
Ryanair 100 Tango from heading 300, intercept localizer, cleared out, let's approach runway 28 number 2, report established.
I'm heading cleared LS 28 established, Shamrock 100 Tango.
Dublin, good evening, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, information India on the Boeing 1 Lima for 28.
My apologies.
AFM 4463, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha.
Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, Dublin, good evening, confirm your squawk 4463. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, thanks, have you identified on the squawk, continuing on Boeing.
Clear the Boeing 1 Lima arrival and descend flight level 80, thanks Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha.
Boeing 1 at arrival, runway 28, you can descend flight level 80. Ryanair 62 Whiskey Dublin, you with me? Ryanair 799 Hotel, Establish 289 DB. Ryanair 798 Hotel, thanks, clear for the approach, number 1, contact Tower 18.16, maybe the minute.
Dublin.
Sorry,
Mike Alpha. Is there any chance of direct Blackmore at all?
Ryanair 798 Hotel, good night. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, that was going to be my next call. You can make a right turn now direct.
Direct Blackmore, down 3001 thanks, 1 Mike Alpha.
To Blackmore, just sent to 3000 feet, QNH1001 to Blackmore. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha from that.
Blackmore, clear the ILS 28 number 2, report established, 1 Mike Alpha, thanks.
Blackmore, you can intercept all flights are cleared out as approach from 828 or number 2, report established.
Blackmore, Tango, please establish ILS tonight.
100 Tango, clear for the approach, contact Tower 1.6, talking about. Approach Ryanair 798 Hotel 3000 Road heading. Ryanair 97, Christian Ryanair 798 Hotel, turn left heading 190, maintain 3000. That's 190 3000 Ryanair 798 Hotel.
Director, good evening, John. It's the Echo Alpha Whiskey. We're out of Newcastle passing 2,000 feet. We're I-4 west, not
Echo India, Echo Alpha Whiskey, Dublin, good evening, squawk 0102. Two.
0102 Echo Alpha.
Echo India, Echo Alpha Whiskey, Dublin, have you radar identified on the squawk, and just confirm you're looking for up to 5,000?
Yeah, confirm please if possible, Echo India, Echo Alpha.
Echo India, Echo Alpha Whiskey, unable, I'm afraid I have our circuit traffic left hand runway 28, so descend to 2,000 feet, QNH 1001, and you can continue Killiney and Tedville.
Okay, no problem. We'll descend 2,000 feet, 1001, and we'll direct line.
Ryanair 798 Hotel, left turn heading 100 for downwind.
That's 100 Ryanair 798 Hotel.
Sorry, Price Easy 19 Kilo with you for 3,000. Easy 19 Kilo Dublin, good evening, squawk mode Charlie.
Well, that's what you might try, Easy 19 Kilo.
19 Kilo, thanks, have you identified now, passing 4,000 feet, clear left turn directed Dexon, climb flight level 190.
Left turn directed Dexon and flight level 190, Easy 19 Kilo.
On the left shore, 100 Tango, 3,000 runway heading. Ryanair 100 Tango, thanks, stop checks in front of the departure, left turn head 190, 3,000.
190, maintain 3,000, sure, 100 Tango.
Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha fully established to it. Can you just confirm the reason for the previous two go-arounds?
Ryanair 550, W with me.
Established to it. Can you just confirm the reason for the previous two go-arounds?
Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, apologies, say again your last.
Ah, that's confirmed.
Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, they are I-4 circuit traffic. Ryanair 1 Mike.
Thanks, 1 Mike. Dublin Tower, good evening, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, fully established, ILS 28.
Alpha with that, now you carefully approach, contact tower for landing 118.6 to minutes.
Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha, clear to land runway 1.
Clear land 28, thanks, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha.
Uh, 28, wind 240 at 16 knots. Skyways 8547, continue taxi to Echo. Continue Skyways 8. Break. Roger that, I got you.
Oscar Mike Oscar after the Ryanair 737-800 has arrived behind. Line up and wait, runway 28. Line up and wait.
Echo 4 right now, 1 Mike Alpha.
On the way to 8 behind Oscar Mike Oscar. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha right.
Bravo and Hotel 2 hold short of 1634, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha.
Bravo left Hotel 2 hold short runway 1634. Oscar Mike Oscar, confirm line up and wait to 8 at Echo 2. Oscar Mike Oscar, that is correct, line up and wait, runway 28. Roger, line up and wait.
Approaching 1634, Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha.
Runway 28, Echo 2, Oscar Mike Oscar. Ryanair 1 Mike Alpha.
Okay, cross 163, link 4 and sign of choice, thanks, 1 Mike Alpha.
That's runway 3416, Hotel 1, link 4, any sign of your choice. Oscar Mike Oscar, clear for takeoff, runway 28, winds are 240, 16 knots, left hand turn, route direct to Greyhead, not above 2500, QNH is 1001. 1001, left turn, clear for takeoff. Runway 28, Oscar Mike Oscar. Skyways 8517, sorry about the wait, line from wait, runway 28. Line up away, 28, Skyways, 8517. Skyways 8517, clear for takeoff runway 28, winds are 24016 knots.
There we go, folks. Welcome to Dublin Airport. Seatbelt signs are off. Cabin crew, disarm doors for arrival and a cross check please. Thank you very much. That's us done. That took us 41 minutes from takeoff to landing, so by my estimations that route's got to be about 6 to 7 minutes shorter than the original route, which takes you via Leeds and Manchester and then across the north coast of Wales, that is. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream today. We've flown to Gatwick and we've flown to Newcastle. Let's open the doors and let some passengers out. Yeah, a very warm welcome to Dublin. So all in all, that's approximately, let's have a look, how long's the stream been? 5 hours the stream's been. Had some incredible support. I'd like to thank Heathrow Aviation, Chris Addison, Scott Real 82 and everyone who's kept an eye on the chat and assisted. Thanks very much. Yeah, relatively hassle-free. It is, yeah. I expected it to be busier, but I've got to say a quiet afternoon does me quite happy. But as I say, thank you all very much for your help and for watching this afternoon. I much appreciate it. If you're new, like, comment, subscribe, and just once again, thanks to everyone for your help. Next stream, I have no idea when it's going to be. Because I've got a busy weekend this weekend. I may possibly stream on Sunday evening, but I may be too tired with everything that's going on this weekend to see to do a stream then, but we'll see how it goes. Other than that, I may fit one in next week, but again, I have work next week, so it depends on the weather. So we'll see how it goes. Yep, no worries, and thank you all for watching. Other than that, all I can say is take care everyone, and we'll speak to you on the next stream. Have a good weekend, and keep an eye out for I'll have a couple more videos aviation wise coming up on my channel, so keep an eye out. Excellent, well, all the best, and I hope maybe watching these might help a few people who may be interested in Flight Simulator, but not too sure whether to go for it or what it's like. I hope that kind of maybe gives you a bit of insight into what it's like. But thank you all once again. As I say, take care, have a good weekend, and we'll speak to you later on. Thanks very much, and good night folks. Ta-ra.